Hey, I'll be on the mic in just a bit. Pay attention to the D1 chart. I got this label huge. This is strong resistance. If we get, I'll be on the mic in just a bit. Uh-oh, echo. Pay attention to the D1 chart. So pay attention to the D1 chart. That's our current strong resistance. Your next resistance to watch will be the C1 chart right here. I'll make it big, and then you got the B1 chart. So these are the three resistance we need to get above before we can go higher. If we get above those and hold support and get more bullish, we are above this red ring. We're going to cover this in just a bit, and have the Dow Jones below. We're slightly above that orange ring. I'm expecting us to come back down, but that's the purpose of the stream. Outsider, who was calling for $1,500 Bitcoin? Yeah, we're going to find out where we go. I'm just giving you support and resistance levels to pay attention to on the way up and the way down. I'm still waiting for your answer, outsider. Who said we're going to $1,500? Greetings from the U.S. East Coast. Welcome to the stream. Might be a boring stream today. Looks like we might get some sideways action. Yeah, I don't think Bitcoin's going to make it to 300,000. I think we're going to have a stock market correction. It's going to put the bull run on hold. All right, good. I'm glad I didn't kick them then. So I'm gonna take a break for a minute. I'm still kind of waking up, but yeah, I'll be on the mic and we'll cover some of these charts. I'll show you why it looks bullish. All right, I'm just gonna tell you this. According to the E1 chart and according to the peak of the bull run chart, at least where we're currently at, that does look bullish. But you have a lot of resistance. I'm gonna show you the two most important resistance levels we need to get above macro targets. And then I'll give you some upside targets if it does, if we did bottom and push up. And if we have not bottomed, then we have more downside. I'm going to show you where that target is. And yeah, guys, no lifetime. I'm keeping my word this time. But if you do want to sign up just to access these charts for $39 a month, you can do that. Let me give you the link. So I have Bitcoin charts. I have altcoin charts. We're going to cover some of those as well. But all of these charts you can access through the website instantly. As soon as you sign up, you get access. If you want to follow me on Twitter and Discord, you need to email me to get that. I don't know. And again, when I cover this E1 chart, I think it'll make more sense. Right now, it looks bullish, but literally we're right on. And we're just sitting right on this ring, the top right chart here. If we're below this, it's bearish. Above it, bullish. You can see the wick is right below. Again, I'll cover this, but right now it looks bullish, at least for some upside, at least to potentially, first we got to get above 38,244. So I would probably be in a short from this point. If it pushes above, then you probably want to get out of your short. You would long up to 38,900, not much of a long. Then you've got, so in other words, we have a lot of resistance above. So it seems like, yeah, we could push up a little bit, come back down. But over time, it's possible if we stay above this red ring, we could have potentially bottomed to push higher. Once we get above this red ring as resistance, that changes the tune to a little more bearish. But yeah, let me give you this link if you want to subscribe. Right here is the link. But real quick, guys, before I take a little 2-minute break. So how many of you guys have been using the charts and how they've been working out for you? Altcoins, Bitcoins, stocks, whatever. Tell the truth. I'm not going to kick you if you say they suck. Well, as I've said before, Zach, if the stock market continues up, Bitcoin follows U.S. markets. If the markets continue up and push higher and higher, Bitcoin's going to go higher with it. All right, Zach says charts are perfectly on. Thank you. Kevin Sullivan saved me a lot of money. Thank you. Nick said buy the charts and trade the fibs. I agree. Thanks, Nick. Justin French, man, your charts are dead on, balls accurate. Thank you, Justin. Chrissy, didn't you say short the Dow at 34,422? Well, I said to short the Dow here. I said to short the Dow here. I told everyone that I got out of my trade here and it pushed back up. You can see it came down, found perfect support right here. And then we got topped out here. So we're slightly above it, but I think it's more likely we could hold support and push up higher. It just seems more likely we'll come down. We'll see. But yeah, I would wait and see if because a lot of times that's what happens. It'll be a short squeeze. It'll push up a little bit during the day, and then by the end of the day before market close, it'll come down. But if we come back down below this ring, yeah, I'd definitely be short on the Dow. All right, let's see. Justin French, man, your charts are dead on, boss accurate. Okay. K. Sullivan made me a lot of money. Awesome. Congrats. Julius, charts are great. Now I just need to learn to pull the trigger. Yeah, that's the tough part. No, I mean you got to just jump in. You're at resistance. Sometimes it's harder to take profit than it's just the jumping in. Mary Klein, money every time I follow them. Thank you. Steve, what is your gold option? I don't have a gold option. I have a gold chart. You'll need to specify what you mean by that. The charts allow me to be more patient and make better choices. Yeah, I saw you made a couple comments about that. I appreciate that, Bryce. Yeah, it is kind of to know potentially how far it'll go, or if it drops, how far down it'll go. So it kind of lets you know, I can wait till the next trade, or wait till it drops to support, buy there. And these swings, you're getting $1,000 moves. So if you're playing one Bitcoin, you're making pretty good money daily. Yeah, we'll load up the VIX. I haven't loaded that in a while. Stephen Smith, charts help me make more educated trades, but I'm still struggling to read them. And Stephen, during the stream, I'll go through and kind of show you how I play the charts, and we'll kind of break down the charts and show. I do say go through A1, B1, C1, D1, E1. We'll load up F1 as well. Those are the charts that I'm currently trading. And yes, it can be confusing. Well, why so many charts? And I'll explain that as well. But kind of show you. So if we get to a certain support, you say, well, how do I know that's going to hold? We never know if it's going to hold. But I'll show you how you can go back and look at the chart and see that potentially, okay, it looks like that probably will hold. Chart's awesome, great content. What's on the 11th of June? The 10th of June. Actually, it's the 10th of June that I expect us to have a potential somewhat major correction for the Dow Jones. And again, that is June 10th when that happens. Still watching CME gap, Steve? There's a huge gap below us. It hasn't been filled, but it could get filled. Will Bitcoin reach 20K? That is a target, and that would fill a gap. I mean, I think if we reach 20K, I think I would definitely buy in there and probably hodl for a while. I mean, even if it dropped a little lower, I mean, things would have to get really bad with the U.S. markets for us to go lower than that. I mean, I think that would be a very strong support level. We'll cover those charts as well. Yeah, we'll load up XRP, and maybe I'll update some of those charts during the stream. What does the A1, B1, C1, etc. mean in terms of differences? Is it just different exchange? So the reason I use that naming, because I had the date I created the chart, I used as the actual name. So the first chart I labeled, I called it A. And the reason I called it A1 is because I might have different versions of the same chart, like on the 15-minute, 30-minute. Maybe I'll update that chart. So that'd be like A2, A3, A4. But yeah, the first one's the A1 chart. This is the B1 chart, C1 chart, and so on. It's just easier to find. If I say, hey guys, load up the C1 chart, it's labeled on the website that way so you can find it, access it easy. Steve, I'm a member, but I cannot get Discord access. Please help. I've emailed. Email me again. It's possible I might have missed it. Just send me another email through the contact page of the website. Yeah, if you're subscribed, I'll get you in. But yeah, if you do subscribe, you have to email me to get access to the Discord and to follow me on Twitter. My Twitter is private. Thank you, Chrissy. So my charting is spot on. Daniel Reinhardt, Will it see a bull run by December, and how will another possible worldwide lockdown affect it? A worldwide lockdown would be very bad. I think things are already bad, but if that happened, that would exacerbate it, make it worse. But again, I'll show you what's in the charts for Bitcoin. Again, this chart up here, it looks bullish. I'm going to show you these crazy wicks, and we'll dissect this, because all these wicks are below this ring. And every time we close and open, it was above or below this ring. So now we're above this ring. We stay above this ring, get above this. I'll give you this resistance right here, guys. This is the most important resistance right here. Right here at, and we pretty much almost tested it. So that's probably, we've already got rejected at that point. 40,200. Your next strongest resistance is this neckline for the head and shoulders, which we're going to cover that as well. So even if we pushed up, we could get rejected and come right back down. But as long as we're above this red ring, that is somewhat bullish. Again, maybe the bull run's not over. If the markets continue up, we are at a very strong support level. If that holds, we could push up higher. How high? I don't know. I can give you those targets. But if we have a major correction with the stock market, since Bitcoin follows the markets, then yes, the bull run might be put on hold. Maybe we just entered a bear market. Weezix said charts are great, but it's really hard to predict what happens next with just good support. Yeah, I wish I could tell you for a fact one will hold or won't hold. Rings, it's a little easier with that. If price has been respecting it going way back with support and resistance, the more times it's tested, the further back. I feel more comfortable putting in, buying at support or selling at resistance. We're going to cover that. We'll go back and play these charts out, see how they played out over, the past month. And yes, guys, BNB. Anybody here trading BNB? We're coming up on a pivot ring in about a day. And if you guys and gals have been here for a while, you know what's up with those pivot rings. You can get a big move. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts or the plan B stock to flow chart? I think if everything goes fine with the stock market and markets pushed up, that's probably going to be accurate. But again, if the market's correct, Bitcoin's going to correct twice as hard. So I don't think that would be a good indicator to use if the markets are crashing, anyways. Bitcoin's not going to go a separate way. If the markets are coming down, Bitcoin's going to come down with it. If the markets continue up, Bitcoin will continue on its path. Boston QQQ puts today seems like a perfect place. Yeah, I think this is a bull trap, guys. I think we're going to have some downside for the Dow. We're slightly above that ring. That ring is going to be very strong resistance. All right, so I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in just a few, and then we're just going to dissect these charts and go through some altcoin charts as well. And I know somebody said something about the VIX, so guys, make sure you remind me when I'm back on the mic so we can go through those charts. We'll go through them one by one. What's the target to the downside short term? I can give you your current support levels to watch. So you can see right here, this D1 chart, this has been a very accurate chart. Notice that right here, this was resistance, flipped out support. Now it's resistance. So again, what I say is, this is a very strong support and resistance level here. So if you wanted to chance a short, I would chance a short right here at 38,244. I'm looking at the MACD and the RSI. So on the 3 hour, the MACD, it's going sideways. I mean, hey, some well could buy and push it up. Typically what I do, I don't use leverage, so I don't short. Potentially what I would do is take my profit. I would short right now. You want my opinion? Put in a short right now from 38,244. If you get above 38,244, then your next resistance right above is 38,900. We know that will get respected. And then your next strongest, very, very strong resistance, 39,787. Then you have your resistance at 40,200, and then so on and so forth. You don't get my point for BNB. BNB, there's a pivot ring coming. We're going to be up on it. We're going to hit it in one day. And a pivot ring means when you cross that ring, you can get a big move. I don't know which way. It could be the upside, the downside. If Bitcoin's already dropping and you cross that ring, then that's probably a time to put in a pretty heavy short. If Bitcoin's pushing up, maybe you want to do a long. Do keep this in mind, guys. I do think we're going to have a pretty substantial correction for the Dow Jones in, well, how many days is that? Let's see. I'm saying that by the time, and again, if we push above this ring and push up, then that apex is no longer in play. But if we stay below this orange ring, like I think is very possible, that means within the next 15 days, we could potentially have a major move, and that's right on the 10th of June. I think we're gonna have more corrections, but if you're already in a short right now, you're in profit. If you put in your short at 38,244, you're in profit right now. Thank you. I don't know what DKK is. Do you have a chart or price prediction for XRP? I do have an XRP chart. Probably should make a more macro chart, but we'll cover some price targets. I'll give you the most important support and resistance levels. Holding my money for that correction. All right. Thank you, Bart. I will. I'm going to join my coffee on the porch. Bro, please explain shortly or simply when you know if a level has bounced or not. I get the fib lines but never know how to confirm. It's just taking a gamble. You get up to resistance and you say, you know what, I'm going to short this line. If it breaks, you get out of your short, you short the next one. Chances are you're going to win more trades than you're going to lose. But guys, so far, that one chart on the right has been accurate. I told you we get rejected at that orange ring at 65,000. That played out. I said we're coming down to test that red ring below. We did drop below it, but we pushed back above it on the daily, at least the meat of the candle. That is what we're currently holding support. That looks bullish. As soon as we get below it, that could change, and we are teetering on going below it right now. All right, guys, I'll be right back. And again, if you want to have access to these charts 24/7 live, plays on all devices, just go here and $39 a month, you get access to everything except stocks and tutorials. All right, guys, make him a cup of coffee, and I'm gonna be on the mic. All right, so I'm gonna load up that E1 chart. I'm gonna leave these charts up the way they are. Let's go to Bitcoin, and yes, we'll load XRP, Ethereum, Litecoin, BNB. We'll do some other ones. All right, so this chart right here, this is the one that I'm talking about, where this could hold as support and we could push back up, but you do have a lot of resistance above. If you remember that video I made, I was talking about there was a trap. There was 3 traps. I said this was the top up here at 65,000. So far that has played out. This ring was the top, and I told you that this red ring was our target, and the reason for that is, as you can see, price has totally been respecting this ring. Support. You guys have seen me do this so many times. Resistance. It flipped that support, right? Flipped that support November 6, 2020. And we pushed all the way up. I said it was likely, we were expecting this orange ring below, so when we pushed up, a likely top would be this ring. We hit it, we came down. I said there were 3 traps playing out. And I said we were also potentially in a head and shoulders, and the distance for that head and shoulders was right around this area. But notice when we came down, we found support. The same ring we've been respecting going back for years. That was where we found support. And notice the wicks. You see these wicks that come all the way down? Notice where the meat of the candle ends up being when there's an open and a close. You've got, look, the wick came all the way down here, but the meat of the candle is up here. Next one, same thing. You got a wick below. You got a huge wick below, but it pushed right back up above. You got a doji right here. This one opened like right on it. We came down. You notice we found support right on this trend line. This trend line is going to, it seems to be respected right now. And when I created this trend line, all I did was I came from 2 points, 1, 2, 3 points of contact. That is the same way I set up this trend line right here. You just create a trend line that price is respecting, and later on it'll respect it as well. We got a bounce off of that trend line by about 10%. So it's always good to add trend lines, and you can see that we are respecting this trend line and this ring. So that's what I'm saying, guys. If we get above this resistance right here, This is your major resistance to watch right now. And you see we got rejected right here at it. Pretty much, let me adjust it a bit. Roughly 40,000 is potentially, I guess that's where the top is here. If you get above that and we hold support, guys, that is bullish to push up to at least 45,500, because that will be, again, previous support flip as resistance. Support, support. We broke it, we came down, now we're finding support on this ring. So if we push up, your next target to watch is around 45,500. If we get rejected, we'll come back down, test this ring again. If we break this ring, your next target will be here. If we push above that, I'm going to give this to you guys. If you think the bottom is in and you think we're headed higher, I can tell you that the highest point I see us going is going to be right here. Just like we got rejected right here on this, at this ring. I think the same thing will happen. We'll get rejected right here. Look back at 2014, 2018, and 2019. During those years on the daily chart, we always had initial drop slightly below the 200 moving average. Again, I'm basing a lot of this on if we stay above or below this ring. If we're above this ring and push up, the markets push up, guys, get bullish. You can see right now we're below this ring, which is not looking good. Again, the next daily candle open will tell us more. But this was very strong resistance, guys. I mean, this chart, we've had this trend line here way in advance. You knew to potentially get out here. So it looks like we might be doing something like this before we have our next move, either to the upside or potentially the downside. Once this breaks, we're definitely coming down lower. And I can tell you, just based on this chart, your next macro target is going to be right here. This is your next macro target to the downside. If it's blurry, you need glasses or you need to choose 1080p. Click on the settings and click 1080p. But that's a pretty substantial drop. But those are your most important, your closest macro targets right now, all right? So look, if we push up, your resistance is going to be around 39,642. We've been respecting this. This has been supports. Support, 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 support. More support, more support. Flipped as resistance, resistance, resistance. So this is a very strong resistance level to break. If we get above 39,642, your next point to put in a short or a long to is going to be right here at 45,500. This is just using trend lines, support levels we've been respecting. Yeah, it does seem to do that, especially if you're on, if you're not on Wi-Fi. So those are the most important support and resistance levels right now, the strongest. And again, if we just push straight up, if we come up, let's say we get rejected, come back down, we push, we hold support, guys, the next strongest resistance I have above, at least for a macro target, is up here around 70,000. That'd be putting in a new high. You know, I guess that's pretty damn bullish. I don't see that happening. We still have to get above 39,642 before I get bullish. I am somewhat bullish because we're above this red ring. To me, that is bullish. We're slightly below it now. We could push above it. As long as we're above this point, I think it's very likely we're headed to 45,519. Not to mention, this is the 21-week moving average. I mean, it would make sense potentially if we hold support. You know, we would come up and probably test this and then get rejected, and then we see what happens if we push back above and hold support, or if we come down lower. Yeah, we'll cover the alts. We're doing Bitcoin right now. But I just want to make you understand that this red ring is very important, and it goes back a good ways. We've been respecting this for a long time. Let's see. And guys, I said this is where you potentially want to short right here at 38,000. So who took a short right now at 38,244? I'm just curious. I mean, those are pretty much your targets to the upside and the downside. I know for a fact, if you push up to 70,000, you will get rejected. I'm not saying we can't go higher, but that would be a point to get rejected. If we come down, yes, in that 20K area, that's where that orange ring is. That would be very strong support. And I have other charts, the A1, B1, C1, D1. I have charts that also show those targets below as well. Awesome. And, you know, the MACD, It's kind of like on this D1 chart. I had this on the 1 hour. That's probably not the best one to use for the MACD. You can see it's kind of the bars. It kind of looks like it could continue to push up. This looks like this is about to curl over, but again, you know, just one candle can change that completely. So even though the MACD looks somewhat bullish, the RSI looks like it might have a little upside, but this is strong resistance. I know that based on this chart. I know that this line right here, it was resistance, support, now it's resistance. So this is where you put in a short. And again, I can tell you this is where we bottomed last time on this chart right here. Well, actually, we got close to bottom. Let me find the chart. Our last bottom. Let's see. This is the C1 chart. Notice right here, we got perfect support. Is that a ring? I guess that is a ring. Hold on. I need to refresh this chart. Trading View's acting kind of wonky here lately. But if you'll notice right here, notice we found support right here on this ring. So it looks like if we come down, if we break, all right, first of all, if we break this support, and you can clearly see how well this has been respected. Now we did get wicks below. Notice this, we wicked all the way down here, found support down here, but we pushed back up. Perfect support for the meat of the candle. Perfect support, had support, broke it, flipped as resistance, came down here, found perfect support. Let me get rid of all this. We pushed up as resistance, resistance to this trend line. It flipped as support. We pushed up, got topped out at the Bollinger Band here. So your resistance right now, if this resistance breaks here at 35,989, the next support level I have on this chart, and that's why I say reference different charts, is going to be right here at 32,556. But it looks like your next strongest support to catch a bounce is going to be around potentially 31,000. And I want to compare this. So, I mean, I could go back and see how we respected it before, but I do know that these are your support levels to watch. You could get a bounce at 35,989. If that breaks, 32,556. And then very strong support, guys. I mean, we've already tested this 1, 2, 3 times. If we come down, I think around 31,000 is likely a nice point to catch a bounce. Let me see what I show on the B1 chart. I think the B1 chart's where we bottom. So this is also this is confluence. Understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to show you how to play the charts. So you can see we bottomed right here. We did get a wick below on the C1 chart, right? But we did find support. We found perfect support right here. Hold on, gotta get my buttons right. We found perfect support right here, okay? So what I'm saying is, on this chart, this looks like your support level. See, make this really big, you can see it. So if we come down around 31,000, but look at this B1 chart. We found perfect support to the tick right here. Almost made it down to this point, and guys, I'd made a tweet. I said, look, we're in a falling wedge. This is a potentially bullish pattern. I made that tweet when we were right here. We were just above it. I said, we're in a falling wedge. This is a bullish pattern to potentially push up. Notice where we got rejected. I'm going to get rid of this trend line. I'm not respecting anymore. But look where we got rejected. This next resistance above. And I know you've got all of this. You got support, pushes through it, goes below it, pushes back up. You see it was somewhat support, resistance. And look where we topped out, guys. If you had access to the B1 chart, you knew when to short. As soon as you hit this point right here, this is where you short. And currently, if you did that, you're now in, where you were, in about an 8% profit on your short. So that is very strong resistance, but your strongest support level, and this matches the other chart. So you know, right around 31,125, this also matches this chart. This is a support level here where we bottomed on. So it looks like 31,000 would be the next point to buy in if you want to catch a nice long. Yeah, the Dow Jones is coming down as expected. We're going to cover that as well. I'm just giving you targets, the most important targets. Very, very important resistance level right here, 39,787. That does kind of play along with this resistance here. So if you get above 39,787 and find support, guys, I would get bullish for much more upside. That means that red ring could potentially be our bottom, but we are now below that red ring. So it's kind of interesting how this is playing out. PFO, I don't know how to say it. It's PFO FRT. Thanks, man. I have your charts. I'm improving in using them, and at least I can navigate the charts. I can also tell you these videos are a big help. Oh, I'm glad I can help out. Navigate the markets, not the charts. All right. Yep. Steve, if we don't get above 39,700, yeah, if we don't get above that point, then your next ultimate target is going to be right here, around 31,193. We've tested this twice now. That's what this is. Let me put arrows here and get rid of these damn. So look, just based on this chart, and guys, we got a perfect wick, and that's not the arrow I like. Hold on. We got a perfect wick right here. We almost came down and found support right here. So yes, if we come down, your major support level is going to be right here around 31,200. Your major resistance that we need to get above. If we can test this again and get rejected, but 39,743, and that is right here at this trend line that wasn't our head and shoulders, but it was a trend line we were respecting. So if we get above 39,700, the next point that you will get rejected, I can tell you for a fact, support that strong will be a resistance. So if you get above, if you get above right here, and we hold support at 39,743, your next resistance is 3,444. So let's see what this resistance is above. This chart's 46,600. I mean, that will be respected, but I would watch this this trend line right here for our head and shoulders. Those are your most important resistance levels we need to get above. And again, I need you to understand this. As long as they're below this red ring, I think we've entered a bear market. On the B1, I don't know. Let me look at this at larger view and see. It looks like we broke up from a falling wedge. I don't see a head and shoulders. I mean, for a head and shoulders to play out, you have to have a neckline. I don't see a head and shoulders. For a head and shoulders to work, you have to have a left shoulder, your head goes up higher, and then you have a right shoulder that's lower. I don't see a head and shoulders right now. This right here was just us in a falling wedge, and we broke to the upside, and they got rejected here. So that further shows that this is strong resistance here, 39,743. And we do know for a fact, and a lot of times what happens is when you break up from, let's say, this falling wedge right here, a lot of times you'll come back down and test it as support, and that just happens to be right here at this support level. Inverse head and shoulders, let's see here. So this would be potentially our left shoulder, this would be our head, and now we're forming our right shoulder. Is that kind of what you're looking at? That's possible. I mean, I guess you do have a strong neckline right there. Yeah, this is on the 3 hour actually. You're talking about the 1 hour? Yeah, let me get rid of this stuff. Let's go to the chart that has a 1 hour. But if you don't have access to these charts, write these numbers down. I mean, it'll be a little different if it's further out. Out here is 39,928, but roughly these are your most important resistance, your strongest support resistance on the B1 chart. Let's look at the A1 chart here. This is on the 2 hour. Let me just change it to the 1 hour real quick. Yeah, I don't see a head and shoulders. I'm sorry, I don't see it. I mean, this can't be a left shoulder here because it's almost as high as the head. This could be a right shoulder. I don't see that. But we know that if you come down, your closest support level is going to be right here, 35,150. 156. Your current support that's breaking now, 37,570. You got resistance up here at 41,000. Well, basically 42,000. It could be an inverse head and shoulders, but it's too soon to tell. And again, all I do is I give you support and resistance levels to pay attention to. You know, if you come down, you could chance well, first, where's our closest support level if we come down, if you want to put it in a quick long? It looks like, hold on, I'm running out of room here on my screen. So your closest support level right now is 35,900 right here. If you want to try a quick long from that point or short to that point. Let me put this over here so you can see which chart it is. The A1 chart, then 35,408. I think if that breaks, then we're headed down to, and let's see if this target matches. This is around 30,500. So it looks like around 30,000, 3,100 before we get our next bounce. And if that breaks, then yes, we're coming down to around the $20,000 range. I've never loaded up the hash ribbon indicator, not once. I don't use it. I just support resistance levels, guys. That's all I use. I don't look at flags. I just look at the fact, look, I know where our strong resistance levels are. If you get above it, look how I would play this. Right now, we're in limbo. You should already be in your short right now. If you shorted where I told you earlier, I said this is where you want to short. Some of you guys said you did. You're in profit. Currently, it's down a total of 1.65%. As long as we're below this point, be bearish or more downside. As soon as you get above it, you would buy in here. This would be a good re-entry to potentially push up. As long as you're below this point, you should be short. You short resistance, you long support. And we're below this red ring, which I said if we stay below this red ring, that is bearish. And we can see the stock market is, or at least the Dow. The Dow is down 31 points. I think we're going to continue down and come back down and test this support right here, potentially at 33,832 on the Dow. Yeah, I haven't looked at dominance, so I imagine it's looking pretty bad. Let me load this chart up and see. Actually, we got a little push up on dominance. How much have we come down in total? Let me put this on the 1 day here. Well, we haven't tested our this is on the daily. If we go back, let's do a horizontal line here. This is the lowest point, and we're closest to our lowest point right now. We're only off by the lowest point we came. We're 10% from the lowest point. It's looking pretty weak. Gray ring a little more visible. On which chart are you referring to? Yeah, we'll cover the Dow Jones in a sec. But somebody was mentioning a gray ring make it more visible. Well, damn, that's pretty visible to me. I don't... Oh, that ring right there. Gotcha. Alright, hold on. Yeah, I can see what you mean. Kind of hard to see that. Yeah, so currently that is... Actually, we got a next ring below. I'll make that a little brighter too. So... Let's see, currently, if we stay above this, this could potentially be support. We're teetering on it, 44.50. The next ring below will be right down here at 39.20. Looks like we're breaking it. Now I'll go ahead and save this chart. And real quick, let's load up the CME futures chart. Let's see where those gaps are below. And let's see if that matches that downside target. If we do crash down, so you can see, and I made a video about this, said pay attention to these rings. I said if we came down, so this is the CME futures chart. Notice that we came down, we did way down here, but notice this ring. We respected it before, guys. Rings are just like support resistance levels. Notice this ring right here was resistance, flipped as support, 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 support. And then we came down, it was temporary support, right? And then it flipped as resistance. And now we're finding support on this yellow ring. So the next support I have for the CME futures are 32,700. But right down here is this gap. This gap's right here between 23,690 to 26,000. So if we come down, you know, if we break 30,000, 31,000, you know, this is your next target below, would be this gap. Look, if we push up, you're going to find you still have a lot of resistance. We got rejected at 40,200. You push above that, you're going to get rejected at 45,500 ish, around that area. If you get above that, sure, 48,000, no problem. I'll already be bullish by that time. But just don't forget, guys, we have some targets below, and there's a lot of confluence around. Again, we have to drop to 23,690 to fill that gap. Not that the gap has to be filled, but if we did drop that low, I just have a lot of targets that match. You know, the next target below on this chart, and we know that we're respecting these fib channels here. So if we do come down and we break 31,228, guys, your target is right here, around 24,488. And on this chart, it's around 30. Well, next target below on this chart is going to be potentially 26,000 to 24,800. So let me show you this pivot ring for BNB. How many of you guys in here are trading BNB? And look, I'm telling you guys, this Dow Jones chart, I think it is going to play out exactly. I think people have no idea what's coming. Let me load up this Dow chart real quick, and I'll show you BNB. Alright, so here's the Dow Jones chart. This is why I think things are going to get really bad. So regardless if you're bullish on something, you know, stock to flow, or Elon tweeted this, or whatever the hell's making you bullish, all I'm telling you is be patient, alright? You know, trade it right now, but at least wait till June 10th, alright? Because by June 10th, we're going to know if the Dow and the other markets are going to push up, or if they're going to come down. And I'm telling you, just like back here, I can get rid of some of this stuff so it's not just, there's a lot on here. Let me get rid of this red ring too. So all I want you to pay attention to is right here, guys, and I think the same thing is going to play out. Understand this. This is the Dow chart I used to predict the last crash. And basically what happened is we got rejected here at this orange ring, and then we broke this trend line. That's when we came down, this yellow trend line right here. And just notice how well we're respecting this ring, all right? I mean, I put this chart out way back in, I think I created this in late 2019, and I was talking about it in January. I said we have a crash in February, but look how price respects us. We came up, perfect resistance. We came down, we pushed up as resistance, support, support, push up as resistance, came down as support, push up as resistance, came down as support. So if you get rejected at a ring, what happens? You come down to the next ring, you find support, you push up to the next ring, get rejected, just back and forth. This is where we had, where I was saying we potentially would have a crash. We had a U.S. stimulus package passed here in the U.S. right on March 11th, the day that I was calling, if nothing happened, that we would have a correction. And put a vertical line here, March 11th. Notice we pushed up. This is what same thing that happened last time. We were rejected at this orange ring, right? We've been respecting this orange ring since I created this chart. If we could not get above this point, well, where was your target if we got rejected? Your target was right here at this next orange ring below, just like back here, bouncing back between back and forth between the rings. We got the stimulus package. As we pushed up, where was your target? I said it'd be right here at this orange ring. Currently, this orange ring is holding as resistance. So what I'm saying is, if we end up coming back down, at any point, if we break this, the same damn thing that happened during the COVID crash could potentially happen again. And if it does drop, guys, I don't know why I cannot get off my damn brush tool. If that does play out, if we break this, your target is right here on the Dow Jones. And if we have a correction of, from here, is about 10%, guys, that is about a 20% drop for Bitcoin. So wait till at least June 10th, because it's possible at that point we could have a major correction for the markets. And if we come down 20%, I'm telling you, last time the Dow dropped 30%, Bitcoin dropped 60%. So you're potentially looking at another drop of, let's measure that distance. So if the Dow gets a correction, which I think is very possible we might get, a 20% drop takes us down to roughly 30,000. That's right on par with that target. So that could be the bottom, possibly 30,000. We've already had one hell of a drop. Actually, yeah, 20%. I do think that we'll catch a nice bounce around 30,000, 31,000. But yes, listen, if 31,000 breaks, your next target is in the $20,000 range. All right, let me get this back the way it was. So I showed you the Dow, why that's important. Let's cover some of these altcoins. And look, we are coming back down, guys. Yesterday, it was above it a bit, but we are coming right back down. I think we're headed down to this this support level on the Dow. Let me give you your support level here to pay attention to as well on the E1 chart. All right, let's check out BNB and we'll cover some of these altcoins. Any questions about Bitcoin and support resistance levels before I get into the alts? I don't know how long it'll play out. I can just tell you that if we cannot get above that orange ring, we break that support level below on the Dow Jones. Once we break that, then we have at least a drop to the next orange ring. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, it's called a blood moon. What day is that? Oh, it's tomorrow? No, I'm not. I probably should create a chart for Matic. Everybody's talking about Matic right now. The 26th? So how many of you guys here actually believe that the cycles of the moon affect the price of Bitcoin? I'm just curious. Because I hear a lot of people talking about it. I know they affect the tides. All right. Well, you guys that said yes, I suggest that you go see a psychiatrist and see if they can give you some medication. Because if you're trading based on the cycles of the moon, I think that's very dangerous. Yes, lunatic comes from lunar. I think it's absolutely crazy. But hey, anything's possible. You know, if a blood moon, that could mean something really serious. It's possible. That's just crazy. Moon phases. Bitcoin affects herd behavior. Maybe that's how it is. Maybe everybody's talking about the moon and it's going to affect Bitcoin and people buy into it, and then when there's a full moon, everybody sells or buys, so it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. But you do understand a full moon, all it is the way that the sun is hitting the moon. It's just the lighting of the moon, the shadow of Earth on the moon, or no shadow at all. How can the position of the sun causing, lighting up the moon affect the price of Bitcoin? It's absolutely ridiculous. It just doesn't make any sense. But then again, hey, that's maybe for another video. I'll do some research on that. But not using the moon, but still using circles and rings. I can tell you this: the Dow Jones looks friggin' bearish as shit. We are just above that red ring. If we stay above it, that's bullish, but I think it's likely if the Dow and the other markets correct, Bitcoin's going to correct as well. It's also total lunar eclipse. It's not crazy at all. All right, well, guess it depends on the person. But, I respect whatever you believe. If you think the moon controls Bitcoin, I get it. It affects people's moods. People affect the prices. That makes sense. Steve, what your Twitter? If you email me, I'll give you that information, but you have to be subscribed to access my Twitter. So, again, we're already on Earth. We're already affected by gravity, the gravity of the Earth. The moon gets a little closer, it changes the gravity a bit, but I don't see how that would affect my mood. I don't know. Control is the wrong word. It doesn't control Bitcoin. It governs many things in nature, including... Well, I can't argue with nature. I use Fib circles and Fibonacci, and those are sequences found all through nature. I feel you. Losing money affects my mood too. Bitcoin probably try 40K one last time. I can tell you, if we do push up, 40K is your strongest resistance. Right now we're below that red ring. This is the daily candle. Anything can happen. Your next strongest support to watch is around 34,200. If that breaks, guys, remember 30,000 to 31,000 is where you want to catch a bounce. If that breaks, then I have your targets below. Well, thank you, David. If you're talking to me, that's a nice thing to say. The earth is made mostly of water. Your body is made mostly of water. That's why it could affect you. All right. The moon affect the ocean. It's where the whales live. I actually like that comment. That makes more sense than everything else. No, I agree, Nudge. I agree. Hey, I haven't done any research on it, so I'm just making fun of it, and I know nothing about it. It just sounds crazy, but crazy things happen all the time. Like people getting bullish on Bitcoin at 65,000. I think that's crazy. That's insane. People were buying there. I was saying, hey guys, it's likely we're topped out. People didn't want to hear it, and they bought. Maybe it was a full moon. But let me show you this this pivot ring for BNB. So hopefully you guys are still in a short from 38,196 and doing pretty good. If you're looking where to take profit, potentially 35,333. I'll make this larger so you can see it. Or the closest one below that, or above 35,930, potentially 35,333 if you're still in a short. All of these charts are governed by Fib circles, which is sacred geometry in nature. This is true. So let me show you, let's load up, well first let me load up BNB, it's at the bottom. And I'm going to show you this fib circle we're coming up on, and I'll show you the daily and show you why you need to pay attention to this. And I call this a pivot ring, guys. This is a pivot ring. And you say, what the hell is a pivot ring? That just sounds silly. And if you've been following me, you understand how this works. Let me give this Bollinger Band. There's a lot of stuff on this chart. So I want you to look. Let me get rid of these price targets. You don't care about price targets for BNB. And look where we found support. And this is what I'm trying to show you guys. Look at this line right here. This red line. Let me zoom out. It doesn't go all the way back. Let me extend it out. All right. So when I create these charts, I use trend lines, and then I create fib channels based on the trend line. So if we're gonna make a line, we're gonna send it back. So we're just gonna go from right here to right here. Try to get this as close as possible. These aren't the easiest to get to match. But if we go back now, and let's make this bright so you know which one I'm talking about. Let's make it bright yellow. All right, you guys can definitely see that. So we bottomed on this point right here. Notice right here, this is how you read the charts, guys. Notice it was resistance, resistance, flipped as support, 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 broke it, became resistance. That was a very strong support resistance level. If we go back further, was it respected again? Yes, it was. You can see here, it was resistance, support, 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 resistance, support. We touched it over here again as support, 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 and we broke it, became down. Let's see if we tested it again. And this I'm saying, the more times you test a line, this is the trajectory that, well, I can't go back any further unless I go to the daily. This is all the way back here, December of 19th of December 2017, we're respecting this trend line, right? And it is a trend line, it's just based off of a fib channel. That is why when we came down, we found perfect support. That's extended, that's why it's off. But that is why we found perfect support right here. Let me get rid of this. But that is why we found support here, because this is a very important support and resistance level. And I'm going to go ahead and mark this off so you guys know to pay attention to this if we drop. I think I had this on the 3 hour. Alright. So currently, I want you to see right here, this is a pivot ring we're coming up on. And notice how price respected this ring right here. You can see right here we wrote, and also, do I have any more rings on this? I guess I don't. I need to extend that out. But right here, notice this ring. Notice we rode right up this ring. It was support. We pushed up, got rejected here, came down to support, got rejected. These fib channel lines came down to support, pushed up to this ring. It was support, became resistance. And notice we moved right down this ring and we're coming up to it. So when we cross this ring, this could be a point to potentially, it's possible we could hit it and get rejected. It's possible we could cross it and come down. It's possible we could cross it and get a pump up to this next ring. But pay attention to this point, guys, and that is going to be, if we move sideways, that will be on the 26th. That will be tomorrow. So that is this is on the 3 hour. So in about, if we move sideways, 1 day and 9 hours, pay attention to that ring. We could get a big move for BNB. I know it looks trippy, but it works. Yeah, an align and snap feature would help me out a lot creating these charts. Because if you're off just by a little bit, you continue creating the charts, the chart will be off for a while. So let me give you support resistance levels to pay attention to for BNB, guys. All right. So this is a resistance level here, the strongest resistance right now. So if you're playing BNB, pay attention. Notice we bottomed right here. So if you come back down, you know this will be support as well. Your strongest support and resistance levels. So I don't expect us going that high. The highest point you'll go will be right here, all right? But let me give you closest support and resistance levels to pay attention to. So I would not be in a long or a short right now. Your next resistance to watch is going to be right here. So if you want to potentially try a short, and you do have another, this is going to be resistance here. So if you want a chance to short between 345 to potentially 352, you're going to get a lot of resistance there. You're going to have very strong resistance up here at 390. Again, you can see this was a lot of support and resistance. Support, resistance, 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 resistance came down. So you're going to have resistance up here. Your closest one is 344. You get above that, potentially 352. If we break, our current support right now is 325. If we break that, your next support level to watch is going to be right here. Notice we found support, 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 support twice. So that is your next support level right here, 279. If that breaks, your next support level is going to be 241, and then your strongest support is going to be right down here around 211. Yeah, I tried to help. Bitcoin's pushing up. It is holding on that ring, guys. So if you want to be in, if you're bullish and you think we have more upside, you know, I would be, go ahead and be in, but have your stop down below this red ring. And remember, it could come down and stop you out at any time. But again, these are your support resistance levels on BNB. But pay attention, guys. If we push sideways, if we push up, we can make contact today. If we push all the way up to $392, we could hit this ring, get rejected, and push back down. But again, if we move sideways, we'll make contact with this ring in about 1 day and 12 hours. I'll keep an eye on that. Maybe we'll do a live stream and make contact. So let me go through some of these charts at the top. Let's see. Let's check out. Somebody said I'm not going to load Dogecoin. I need to update that chart. So let's check out Ethereum, see what that's doing. I'll give you some price targets for Ethereum. All right. So these are your support resistance levels to pay attention to right now. You can see we're getting rejected at this ring. Actually, this is not a, is that a ring? Yep, it is a ring. Notice this ring right here was support. Let me get rid of this ribbon here. So this ring right here, we're respecting it. It was support, 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 support. And notice what happened. It flipped as resistance, right? Resistance, 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 resistance. We're still testing it as resistance right now. So that is an important resistance level to get above for Ethereum. So currently right here, it looks like we're slightly above it. So I'm going to give you some micro targets here, right? So your next resistance to watch, if we get above, actually you have quite a few. You have, this is going to be very strong resistance. You can see why. This line right here was tested repeatedly, and it goes back further as well. So if we push up, you want to watch. If you wanted to put in a quick short, you put in a short at 2,686. Your strongest resistance, and you can see this wick was to the tick right here. So if you push up, a likely point to get rejected is around 2,809. If it's up sooner, 2,805. If we drop, you can see this has been a lot of support and resistance right here. So a likely support level to catch a bounce will be down here around 2,461. And then you have some strong support levels down here. You have this fib channel line here that's been respected. You have this fib channel line here. So if we come down, a nice point to put in a long would be around 2,258. Then you have one down here at, again, you can swing trade the hell out of out of Ethereum. Your next support level right here is potentially that's around 2,000 actually. And look where we bottomed right here. Notice that the meat of the candle is right here. So you know this will be very strong support. So if we break around 2,000, around 1,900 would be very strong support. And actually, I'm going to update this chart with all this on it. So if you have access to the charts, guys, just hit refresh and you'll see the changes on it. So these are the targets I would be watching right now. If you want to swing trade. Again, so if we stay below 2,606, you probably want to short down to potentially 2,500 to 2,461. But these are your strongest support and resistance levels on the way up and the way down. And remember, this is your strongest. So I'm going to make this larger so you guys know, hey, pay attention to that. Strongest support and your strongest resistance, I'll make this red. So if you push up to 2,828, that is when you definitely want to get out and take your profit. That's to the point you're already greedy right there. And I'll put the ribbon back on. Tell you what, I'll put this on the 2 hour. And yeah, you see we're below this ring. And I will add in those Bollinger Bands. Nice. So yeah, you probably want to be short right now on Ethereum. It's back above, guys. It's going back and forth. We're above that ring right now. That's bullish. But look at the Dow coming down. It's almost down 100 points. I'm not sure what the Nasdaq and the Dow's doing right now. This right here, you're talking about where we're shorting from. It did push above and came back down below. So again, how I would play this, I would wait. Right now, I would consider it to be in a short as long as you're below this point. The next candle open on the 1 hour is in 17 minutes. So if we get above this, you know, you might want to get out of your short. But if you come down and hold support, you know, this is where you want to potentially enter a long to push up higher. But it looks like that is holding as resistance. It pushed above it a bit and then just came right back down. I think that's what it is, guys. I think this is a short squeeze. I think they're pushing it up, get people bullish before they drop it again. People never learn. It'll do it over and over and over again, and people will just keep falling for it. But again, I would pay attention to this ring, guys. In the next 8 hours, in about 8 hours and 16 minutes, we'll have another daily candle open. And if that candle opens above this red ring right here, if we get an open right here, we're above this point, you know, I would get bullish to potentially, we'll probably break 40,200. We've already tested it once. We'll probably find support, and then your next resistance is 45,500. So all I can tell you is based on the chart, we stay above this ring, be bullish for more upside. If we get below this ring and it becomes resistance, guys, I think we have much more downside. And do follow U.S. markets, guys. A lot of people don't do that, but Bitcoin does follow the markets. I mean, the Dow hasn't moved much, but I expect us to have a pretty major move before June 10th. And if that happens, I think we'll have a lot more downside for Bitcoin and all the altcoins. But if it does not, guys, if we push above that orange ring and hold support, then it's likely the stock market is going to continue up, and then you want to be long on Bitcoin. The red ring on the F1, yeah, everybody in Discord's been talking about that chart, and I never really loaded up and used it. Let me see. I have it down here somewhere. This is the F1 chart. you probably want to see this chart because Buck's always talking about it, huh? Buck keeps talking about this red ring. This is his new favorite chart, I think. So this red ring has been interesting. Notice we got rejected. Hold on. Turn off this ribbon. And notice this support level, guys. This has been respected right here. We didn't quite make it to it. You know why? Because we got topped out at this ring right here. Topped out right at this ring. I'll make it yellow. And you can see this red ring right here. We got topped out, right? It became resistance, support, became down to the white ring. Then it was support, 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 back to the white ring, back to the white ring. And we pushed up. We got topped out at this yellow ring right here. Came down, hit this ring again as support, became more support. Now it's resistance. So if we push up, according to this chart, you know, your next resistance level to watch is around 40,097. And guys, confluence, if this F1 chart, if we've been respecting, just like I showed you with this E1 chart, we're respecting this red ring going back, way back. So we're respecting this red ring as well. So we have some confluence right here. We know that if we push up, you will get rejected potentially at this red ring. This just happens to be at around 40,000 area, and then you have 40,000 as your resistance right here. So that's very strong resistance if you push up. And remember, even if we push all the way up to potentially $48,000, people will start getting super bullish. But keep in mind, if we get rejected there, we are now finding resistance at the 21-week moving average, which means we could potentially be in a bear market, regardless of what Alessio says. If we do not get above that 21-week, we're currently in a bear market. I don't normally have price targets on this chart, but I will have them on here. Let me see. Let me highlight this. So according to this chart, your current support that needs to hold is right here at 37,573. Your resistance, roughly 40,000. And your next look, guys, this is another chart that nailed the bottom right here. So this is definitely a support level to pay attention to. We found perfect support, 31,095. So if we come down, you know, your next strongest support is around 31,300. So a lot of charts. So if we drop, and you want to put in a long 30,000 to 31,000, if that breaks, we got targets below. And I've updated these charts. There's a label on the chart here. You can see all of the charts now that were labeled. It says F1 and has the name of the chart and the date it was made. So what I do is I put the label right by price, so that way if you have it on a mobile phone, you can just when you load the chart up, you'll know which chart you're looking at. So if you need to go between them, because I know it's kind of hard to see which chart you're using the actual link for the chart. Let me put everything back the way it was here. But so far so good, guys. If you're in a short, as long as we're below this, I know it did wick above it, but you know that's what Bitcoin does. It sends crazy wicks up, and now we're coming down. I can tell you, if we break 31 to 30,000, you know, we could actually go lower than that. Actually, the first target I have is 26,939 on this chart, but we could drop as low as 24,000 down to what? 24,500. According to this chart, we're looking at this goes all the way down to 25,500. So it looks like a lot of charts are showing 24,800 to 25,500 is the next strongest support if we break 30,000. Can you log into crypto without internet? I don't think so. I mean, if you have a hardware wallet, you can probably check it. And if things get really bad, guys, remember, if things get really bad, the lowest point I think Bitcoin will ever go is going to be probably the 200 weekly or the 300 weekly. The next fib channel line below would be right here, and the next fib channel line below right here. This red one. If we break 25,500, your next strong support will be right here. And you can see we're clearly getting rejected. This line is here for a reason. This is a heart line. This trend line has been respected going way back. You can see it was support, now it's resistance. I don't know. Depends on where the power goes out and how it affects people. I don't really know. I just give you support and resistance levels, guys. That's all I do. I say, look, pay attention to this point. You know, if you have the B1 chart, I just said that I made a tweet about this, guys. I said we're in a falling wedge. This is a bullish pattern. That's how it played out. I think we were right here when I made the tweet. This was support, resistance, and you did get wicks below. You got a wick way down here. You got a wick down here. But you can see on the 3 hour, the meat of the candle was actually within this falling wedge, and it pushed up. So had you paid attention to that tweet when I made it, that's a 20% profit almost. And then you knew when to get out and take your profit because you came up on resistance right here. I'm not expecting a crash, but I'm expecting a major correction for the Dow Jones, just the Dow Jones, before June 10th. And if the Dow Jones is crashing 1,000, 2,000, if it crashes 10%, I doubt the S&P and the NASDAQ are going to continue up. It means something happened, black swan event, who knows. But yes, I'm expecting a major market correction before June 10th. And what I'm trying to drill into your head is that if the market's correct, forget whatever's bullish on Bitcoin. If Elon makes a tweet or some company decides they're going to use Bitcoin, I'm sorry. If the markets come down, Bitcoin's going to come down with it. It's pushing down now. We're topped out at this ring. I think pretty much we're going to do this until at some point we break this point and we have a crash or a correction. Or if I'm wrong and we push up and hold support and this pushes up higher, you better be in Bitcoin. Let's see here. Let me load up Litecoin. It's the next one up. Someone asked looking at the VIX. We can check that out too. You can tell I haven't loaded up Litecoin in a while. The price levels are way to the left. By the way, guys, if you have access to these charts, let's say that I just updated the chart and have a price label over here, and it's in the way of price. You can actually right-click and choose hide, and then it won't cover up price. But let me give you price targets to pay attention to for Litecoin. So if we drop, the lowest point that needs to hold will be right here. This would be a great buy-in, around $115. Your current support right now, if we break, and it looks like this is support, $175. If we break that, your next support, and this is double support, right? I've told you this before. When you have two lines that intersect that have been tested as support, that is a great buy-in. So if we come down and test $152 for Litecoin, that would be a great point to long or buy. Right now we're just above 175. So if we push up, your next strong resistance is going to be right here at 196. And notice how well price respected this. Look, support, resistance, support, 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 flip to this resistance. So you know that's very strong resistance. So if we push up, you probably want to take your profit at 211. And you definitely want to take your profit when you get up to potentially 228 to 233. And this is going to be very, very strong resistance right here. So if you happen to push up, if you got lucky enough to be in Litecoin and ride it up to 258, get the hell out. Let me update this chart and pull these out to the side. Alright, you guys got your price targets for Litecoin. You need to give them to you again. Yeah, it's been a while since I did a live stream. I think the last live stream I did, I said everybody should short. Let me save this chart. Where were we at when I said we should short? I don't remember which chart we had up. I think we were at 42,000. I think that's where we were. I said it was time to short. Vechain? Yeah, I can load up Vechain. I haven't touched that chart in forever. I'm kind of scared to look at it. Alright, let's see here. We see Vechain found perfect support right here on this trend line. Let's see why it found support there. Let's go back and dissect this. So we found perfect support on this red line. So let's pull this back and see why. So we pull this out. Well, it was tested over here between March 9th through the 15th. Oh, wow, I'm on the 1 hour here, guys. And see, that's the thing about fib channels. So we don't have lines that we tested further back. When price is dropping, and that's why these charts are great for when price is coming down, we can go back and look, and we know this. So this line right here was tested the most. I don't know if you can make sense of all this, but we know this line right here, this line has been tested the most out of all of the lines, right? So this is why when price crashes, it's more profitable for me, because I know exactly where to buy. I know where the strongest support and resistance levels are. It's not horizontal, guys. When people are doing these TA and they're like, okay, well, if we come down, there was a lot of support right here, all right? So if we come down and we hit this point, you know, this is going to be support right here around 0.0089. No, that's not how it works. You're respecting multiple trend lines in different directions. I know that if we come down, your major support is going to be right here. I mean, if we had a hell of a drop, your support is going to be down here. And that's pretty damn low, 0.0025 to potentially 0.0020. I know that will be respected because that's the trajectory that Vechain is following. But if you want your current support and resistance levels to pay attention to, notice right here we got topped out. And guys, I probably have a published version of this chart. This chart has been I've had this chart like this for a long time. Notice when you pushed up, we got rejected there. Notice this line has been support and resistance. This will still be, it was strong support, so it'll be strong resistance. Notice right here, this was tested as support and resistance. This right here was tested as resistance and support. You see the meat of the candle is right above that point. So these are your targets to watch. So if we push up for Vechain, your next strongest resistance above is right here at 15.8 cents, and then if you push above that, the highest we've gone so far, so I would get out at around 21.2 cents. Your next strongest support, if you want a chance along, is 0.098. Very strong support is going to be at 0.074, and then, you know, again, this is where we bottomed at, so this is a point you want to watch to long, 0.044. But again, that's all you do. You go back and look left to see how many times it was tested. You can see this line was tested a lot right here, this blue line. That's the great thing about fib channels. Once you set up the fib channel chart based off of a trend line, you can find targets. Nobody knew how high Vechain was going to go because we never tested. It's putting in new all-time highs. And look at this right here. You're even respecting these lines here. Look where we topped out. This is what I call double resistance. We pushed up. You got rejected from this line, and you got rejected from this line. So that, when you have two lines intersecting that are resistance, that is definitely a point you put in a short. Just based off of that chart, because we respect those orange rings, and every time if we stay below an orange ring, when we cross the fib channel line below that holding a support, once you break that, you have a major correction. And where do you correct to? The ring below. If you push above that orange ring, then yeah, it's possible markets push up higher, but I don't see it happening unless they release a stimulus package within the next 16 days. I don't see that happening. 15 to 16 days, no way. My tutorial will show you that. You'd have to sign up to my tutorials. I teach you how to create these charts from scratch, narrate it from beginning to end. The first thing I cover are trend lines. That is the most important tool you need to learn. I mean, you can basically create these charts. If you have an eye for finding out the direction the price is moving, you could just create these trend lines. But the reason I use fib channels is because let's say that I find those important, let's say that I happen to find support and resistance level that price has been respecting going way back. Like for instance, right here, this is a very important support resistance level right here. So if I found this, right, I would create a fib channel line based off of this trend line to match price action. That's how I was able to give you this target all the way up here that we've never tested before. These fib channel lines are based off of previous fib channel lines. You watch my tutorials to understand how I do that, but that's how I was able to give you this line right here. And you can see we respected this for a total of 23 days before we dropped. That was our resistance. But those are macro targets. I mean, I could give you some smaller targets. You want to see? You want to see how I add a fib channel line, guys? You want to see my magic? I'll show you a little bit of what I do. So I could add a fib channel line in here and give you some smaller targets. I can see why we're finding support right here, why we got rejected right here. Let me see if I can do that on this one. I gotta find out that, and it's important though, that the direction that you create the chart is the direction you have to create the fib channel. So the fib channels I'm creating, I'm doing an upward direction. So I have to start from the bottom and push up. So I'm gonna pick a random point. I need to get rid of these so I can see the lines. So let me start from here. And sometimes a little trial and error, but once you get it, you'll know. And you got to make sure you get these lines right on, because if you're off a bit, especially if you have them extended. So what you do is, I mean, that does find support and resistance below, but I'm looking for current price action. All right, hold on. Yeah, I don't think that's a good line to use right there. And the trick is, guys, is you want to make sure that you get two lines to match. And you can see that that does give you resistance and your support right there. So look right there. We just added that. Look at this. Look at this support right here. Support resistance right here. Let's make sure that yeah, that's the one I just added. That gives you this resistance we just found right here. So that shows you that your next strongest resistance above is going to be right here, around 13.13. I'm sorry. Yeah, 13 cents right here. And now this is our resistance right here. I mean, that's how I'm able to find potential targets to the upside and the downside. Adding fib channels to fib channels already set up. When you create a fib channel, you start from a line and then you match up at least two lines. You know that it's actually matching that chart and it will be respected. And then I teach you, in the tutorials, how to create these charts from scratch, how to create the original fib channel. Where did I learn these charts? I taught myself. I wanted to figure it out, so I did. And damn if it doesn't work. And right here, I'm telling you, this is your next. If we come down, this is a point you want to long. And do not forget, we have, look at this yellow line we've been respecting. This is the next fib channel. This is also a line you'll respect as well. So pay attention to that right here. And that's something I need to do and go in and update. But some of these charts like XRP, I need to take all the smaller fib channels off. This chart's fine, but XRP, I need to remove some fib channels and go in and I'm gonna get rid of this. Nobody uses this damn thing right here. let's get rid of this. Let's update this chart while it's up. We'll use the MACD. We'll paste this in here. And we'll give you the Bollinger Bands. And we've already got our ribbon. Let's make these smaller, so if you're on a cell phone, these things aren't just, because they get huge. So these are the support resistance levels that you could play Vechain right now. Very strong support. I'm going to tell you this again. Very strong support around 0.071, and then your next strongest support will be down here around 0.043. Well, that's how you play it. If you get above strong resistance and it holds support, that's where you buy, and then ride it up to the next resistance. You can take your profit there or see if it pushes up further. Yeah, you missed BNB, but you can rewind the stream back. All right, VET has been updated. So give me a break. I'll load up the VIX chart when I come back, and we'll check out XRP. All right, I'll do XRP now. You've been asking for a while. Hold on. And let's see what XRP is doing. I swear, every time I load this chart up, nothing has changed. Yeah, I just did Ethereum. So guys, do you remember when I made a video and I was talking about these support and resistance levels? I just want to show you this. So let me make this bigger so I can make this thicker here. So I was telling you, if we came down, okay, first of all, this is a fib channel line here that we were respecting right here. Notice we bottomed right there. So, you know, when you come down, this would be a point to buy, but I said if we came down, this is potentially where you'd want to long. Notice this was resistance right here. Resistance, we pushed above it. Notice we came down, perfect support, perfect support. So I said if we came back down, you know, this is a support level here. We drop down to this point, push back up. So if this is resistance, resistance, support, support, this is your next potential support level. Yes, it dropped below it, but you can see we pushed up from that point. We pushed up a total from this line. We pushed up 37%. So according to this chart, your next strongest resistance for Ethereum, if you're bullish on Ethereum to push up, it will be $1.17. You got a lot of resistance right here at $1.34, and you say, well, if it pushes up higher, we've never been this high before. How do you know? How do you know that if we push up and hit $1.83, how do you know that we'll get rejected there? I know that because that fib channel line right here is based off of this one right here. So that's how I know this is the point where you get rejected. And if you push up higher than that, guys, if this goes parabolic, it goes ballistic. If you get up to $3.20, get the hell out. Consider yourself lucky and be done with XRP. That would be a point to get rejected. Again, all these fib channel lines are based off of previous fib channel lines. That's how I give you these targets to the damn dollar, guys. Notice this right here. This has also been support and resistance. Respecting the hell out of it. And we even respected this one. I mean, right here, I'll make this a little thinner so you can see what I'm talking about. This also has been respected. The meat of the candle is above it. We came down, found support right here. So that's also a support level to watch as well. So these are your current support resistance levels to pay attention to for for XRP. But I do need to go and add some more fib channels. But again, if I give you the bigger picture, let me save this the way it is. Let me add the Bollinger Bands. I'm going to do that for each one of these charts now. So if we, hold on. So if I go back, let me save this. If I go to the 1 day and show you the bigger, show you how this chart was made. you can see it looks like just a mesh. You see all these fib channel lines? I mean, it looks insane. But again, that is how I give you these targets, because I look for the most important trend lines. We know that this trend line, if you go back and you look, you can see that this trend line right here, and I already have something there highlighting it because it's an important trend line. So if we go from this point right here, look how well this was respected and how far back it goes right here. This is a very key support and resistance level. So this whole chart is based off of this fib channel line right here. And then I have ones going in multiple directions. So we know that this is a very strong support level. So if we drop down, you'll catch a bounce. But because I found the trajectory that price was following, created the chart based off of that, that's how I gave you these targets up here. That's how we got topped out here. Projecting targets, just like you would use a fib extension or a fib retracement. That's pretty much the same thing. All right. And guys, don't chase the trade, all right? I get it. It topped out right here. There's a reason it did that. We're also respecting this 200 exponential on the, let me put this back on the 4 hour, 3 hour. It is good looking at different time frames, but do not chase the trade, guys. Wait and see what happens. And we're respecting this Bollinger Band right now. If you're looking for a trade, wait till you get to $1.16 and then short from there. If it breaks above, then you potentially short from $1.30 to $1.34. If you don't always have to be in a trade, if you're waiting for the next point to put in a long, wait till we test 80 cents. Then you would put a long if that breaks. You know, potentially long 75 cents. If that breaks, you definitely want to potentially long 62. And then again, there's next strong support below. But that's how I play it. I don't chase the trades. I wait till we hit support and then buy. Same for Bitcoins, altcoins, everything. A lot of clicking. Alright, that's been updated, guys. So if you have access to the charts, just hit refresh and it'll look just like this. Thank you, Jerry. Do I think Bitcoin will test 42,000? Well, we're still getting rejected here on the D1 chart. I can tell you this. I'm curious to see how the next daily candle opens. I'll tell you again, as long as we're above this red ring, I would stay bullish. Up until this point, we have to get above right here. And you notice what I'm doing with this right here? You notice right here, I mean, sometimes it has to be adjusted a bit. You notice there's a wick right here, and there's a wick right here. So what I'm doing is I'm getting this right here, I'm trying to get it to match exactly. Because you'll notice it was support here, it became resistance. So look, as long as you're above this ring, you know, stay bullish. But we have to get above around 39,700. If we push above that, all right? If we hold above this ring, we push above and hold support, buy there and get bullish to potentially push up to around 45,500. If you get above that, keep in mind you have this 21-week moving average that's creeping up like this. So if we push up above that point, you know, already be bullish, but you know, watch to see if we get rejected at 48,400. That is the 21-week. I don't have Raven coin. Stop spamming. The screen's blurry because you're looking at, I'm streaming in 1080p. All you need to do is click the gear icon and choose 1080p. I promise you it'll be crystal clear. And I will tell you this, if we come down and we break this this red ring, and it becomes resistance. You can see the meat of the candle is above, support, support, support. Then it was resistance. We pushed above it, got rejected at this this trend line, came back down, we wicked below it, but it came support right here. So if this becomes resistance and we break 34,200, we break this important trend line, it is very possible, guys, we are headed all the way down here. Right here. That's my next macro target to the downside. Again, be patient. Let's see what happens in the next 10 to 15 days, because by then we'll know if the markets are going to push up or have a correction. If the markets push up, get bullish. If we're above that red ring, markets are pushing up, guys, buy in, let's ride it up. I'll do the same. Hell, I'll even buy in a live stream. But until that happens, just be cautious, because there are going to be pumps. You know, they're going to get people, they want people to get bullish to think we bottomed. I mean, come on, guys, look how much we're down. We're down from 65,000. I mean, that's a little less than 30,000. We're still down from the top. So what? It pushes up a couple thousand, few $1,000s. I mean, that's what they do. They get people bullish. They start longing, and then they send it back down. But yes, as long as we're above this red ring, guys, I am somewhat bullish. But we do have resistance above. Your major resistance, 39,700. Get above that, get bullish to 45,400. You get above that, watch 48,500. I think we've entered a bear market. I do. I don't think anybody wants to admit that or say that, because, you know, people on YouTube, they you know, people are bullish and spreading hopium. That's how they get all their views. But yeah, I think we've entered a bear market. I think the top was 65,000. And again, like I said, if we push up, if you're looking for another point to get rejected, 70,325. And remember, guys, I was calling this way in advance. I said, pay attention. As soon as we hit this orange ring, we'll get rejected. And we hit it to the tick. And ever since we hit that point, guys, we have come down a total of 53%. I gave you the perfect top. Yeah, I'm waiting to see what happens to that. It's just crazy how price is respecting it. It's just amazing. And again, guys, this ring's been here. I have a published version of this chart I can show you. But yeah, we just seem to, we'll wick down, and the meat of the candle stays right above it, stays right above it, stays right above it, right above it. Then we had this candle that came down. We found support right here. We pushed up, got rejected right here twice, and now we're finding support. So this ring is playing a role. I guess the fight is on right here. Yeah, well, you know, everybody's following the herd. They want to hear, you know, positive things. They're going to be a millionaire. You say something negative, and they tune it out. They don't want to hear if they don't want to hear. Well, I guess that depends on when we bottom. And guys, follow the markets. You already know. The stock market had a crash. As soon as it bottomed and pushed up, Bitcoin pushed up with it. So again, if it's just a slight correction, you know, Bitcoin will have a slight correction more than already it corrected. But keep this in mind, previous bear markets, we always drop about, what, 75 to 80% or something like that. We've already dropped 50%. So it's possible we have at least 20 to 30% more to drop. And then that would be the end of the bear market. And then we bottomed and we start pushing back up. That's very possible. Seems like each one we drop at least a total of 80%. And hell, we've already dropped 50, so. Well, your targets are right here. They're on the chart. Again, you know, these charts are for swing trading. The E1 charts for macro targets. Peak of the bull runs for macro targets. Look at the Dow. Dow's back above this this orange ring, so we need to pay attention to that. But again, very strong resistance, guys. I showed you why these charts are important. This is resistance. If you get above and hold support at 38,158, you know, possible some more upside, but you got a lot of resistance above. No, I'm not talking about an 80% drop from here. I meant from the top. So let's see where that takes us. So an 80% drop from our top would bring us down to, well, that's further than my ring. An 80% drop from the top. Right here is, this is 80%. 87%. 87% just happens to be the 300-week moving average, and this is around 8,000 to potentially 8,100. So if we had an 80% drop, you're looking at potentially around $8,178, and that's from the top. And yeah, we have gaps going. I don't know if these gaps have to be filled, but we do have a lot of gaps below, and it just, some of those gaps do match some of those lower targets. But we'll have to keep an eye on the Dow. I think it's very likely it might just hover here, push up a bit, and I think it'll come right back down and head right down here. Well, thank you, Alonzo. And yeah, guys, any of these charts, I just covered XRP, BNB, Ethereum, Litecoin. I guess we can cover some other ones, but you can access all these Bitcoin charts, all these altcoin charts. They play out live 24/7. You access, you just click the link, they load up. I think I need to eat something. But if you want to subscribe, here is the link. Right here. I need to update the chain link. If you're trying to get chain link targets, that is one chart that is in desperate need of being updated. The Dow Jones currently is above that ring. Yes, just like us being above this red ring on the E1 chart, that is bullish. But look, now we're coming right back down to test it. But things can flip. Things can change on a dime, guys. All I'm saying is you need to be patient and watch what happens. This is a daily candle. Down here are 4-hour candles. I'm saying that if Bitcoin gets below, let me give you this right here, all right? Right here. If the next daily candle opens above 37,900, that is bullish. If Bitcoin opens the next daily candle below 37,918, that is bearish. If the market today, the Dow Jones, if it closes above 34,393, that is bullish. If it closes below that, that is bearish. No Polygon, no Matic. When I have that created, sure. Anything is possible. Yes, theoretically that is possible. And theoretically, according to my charts, if the Dow Jones closes below a certain point and Bitcoin closes below a certain point, I do think we probably are headed to that target. But if we stay above that red ring and the Dow continues to push up, as long as, and with the other markets, then we're probably going much higher. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Just watch this play out. Let's see what happens. I'll make some of these larger so you can see them if you're on a mobile. You're close to support and resistance levels. Alright, C1, D1. And again, some of you are probably doing pretty good in your short right now if you stayed in it. I know we pushed above it briefly, but these are your macro targets right here to pay attention to. And remember, they're at an angle, so when you make contact, depends on price. But these are your most important levels to watch. And where's the Dow at right now? Right here. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Guys, I'm still here. I'm just laying on the couch, relaxing, just watching the charts. But do pay attention right here. This is what you want to watch right here on this red ring. If that breaks, guys, that is super bearish. If we get below that, it's resistance. I'll change the color of it. So I'll make this kind of a purplish color. Oh, that doesn't stand out. I'll make it blue. That is what you want to watch, guys. If we get below right here, if we break this blue, if we get below and this becomes resistance, that is super bearish for Bitcoin. Yeah, I'll let the DXY in a bit. Like I said, I'm just laying back, relaxing. It's kind of what I played last night. But your current resistance is the D1 chart. Closest resistance above is the C1 chart after that, and the B1 chart. And your current support, you see right there, the A1 chart. This is your current support. This is where you potentially want to long from. We did hold support right here. But as I said, if we break our current support, you know, your next strongest support to watch is potentially 35,300 to 35,900. So if we came down, this would be a likely point to catch a nice bounce. Obviously, if we break that, then you know you've got other support levels below. A macro target to the downside. And again, just to repeat, if we do have a major drop, the next point to catch a nice bounce is around 30,000 to 31,000. If that breaks, we're headed down to the 20,000 area. Bryce, I'm reading your comment. You said, I tried loading up the charts on my laptop instead of mobile, but it doesn't load. If you're able to log into the website and get access to the chart links, if the links aren't loading, try using Chrome to load them on your laptop. Some people said certain browsers have issues. Try loading the chart using the Chrome browser, and I'm pretty sure it'll work. And no, you do not have to have a subscription to view these charts. You just click the link and they load up. Put this Dow ticker back up. I think by the end of the day, we're going to be back below that orange ring on the Dow, and I think we might have a little bit more downside. That is very strong resistance at 39,700. Again, if we get above 39,700, hold support, I'll buy in to ride it up to potentially 45,500. But as long as we're below that, and especially if we get below that red ring, I think that's super bearish. Yeah, Bryce, let me know if that works. Yeah, how long to the next candle? Let's see here. We've got... yeah, it looks like we got 5 minutes before the next 1 hour candle. And you can see we did hold support right here on the A1 chart. So that would be where you potentially would buy, do a quick scalp. That pushed up 1%. Wouldn't do me any good. But again, if it breaks 35,374 to potentially right here, well, this is a more macro target, but right here in the C1 chart, 35,905. That'd be your next support level to catch a bounce. Well, right now you could chance a short right here, right where we're currently at. That we're testing that resistance. Obviously, if you get above it, the D1 chart right here, you could chance a short from this point. Obviously, if you push above it, you know, get out of your short. But that's strong resistance. That's our current resistance we're testing now. If you push above that, your next resistance is right here. 38,885, which isn't that much further above this resistance here. So I would be short now. If we do push up, your next point to short is right here on the B1 chart. So if you just want to wait and see what happens, you can. But if you want to short resistance, we're at resistance on the D1, so that would be where I would short. And I expect the Dow to start heading down before market close. According to my chart, you know, the Dow's getting ready to come down. I don't teach how to make these charts. My tutorials are me creating the charts for Bitcoin, but it's the same technique. You create a trend line, and any asset, you know, respects trend lines. Stocks, forex, altcoins, doesn't matter. But it starts out with finding trend lines, understanding how trend lines work, and then you create fib channels based off the trend lines, and then create fib circles from the fib channels. So yes, the tutorials that I teach you how to do it for Bitcoin, once you understand the method, you can use that for any charts. I use the same method for every chart I created. All my stocks, all my altcoins, precious metals. But remember, if you sign up for tutorials, you don't get access to the charts, all right? And if you sign up for $39 a month, well, thank you, Amin. Appreciate that. Remember, if you sign up for $39 a month, is Bitcoins, altcoins, precious metals, access to our Discord and Twitter. You need to email me to get access to the Discord. I'll send you the invite link and allow you to follow me on Twitter. Stocks is separate, tutorials are separate. Well, usually I start out at the larger time frame. If you understand my method, yeah, I use. You can start at the smaller time frame. Depends on how you're creating a chart. Like newer coins that haven't been around for a while. But when I create a chart, I'll be on the weekly or the daily. I create my first fib channels in multiple directions. Then I create smaller. Like I just showed you, if you wind the stream back, I was adding fib channels to the. I think it was the. Vechain chart. I showed you how I add a new fib channel to give you price targets. But you have to have your original structure, and I do that on the daily or the weekly. And then once you have that all set up, you know the trajectory the price is following, then you create smaller fib channels for smaller targets, and then I teach you how to find those fib circles for potential macro targets to the upside and the downside and for pivot points. But the most important thing, I mean, if you want to swing trade the A1, B1, C1, D1, F1, that's fine. But the most important thing right now, 37,800 needs to hold. If that breaks, that is bearish. If it comes down, your next support, that E1 chart, 34,200, if that breaks, we're headed to 31,000. If we hold above 37,800, your next resistance to watch is 39,700. If we push above that and hold support, I am bullish up to 45,500. Yeah, no problem, Zoran. Jacob, he says, wait, which is the chart in the top right? E1 looks different when I load it. Yeah, when I load these charts up for a stream, I'll make the labels bigger and move them around. I don't save them because I have them set up a certain way so it looks good on all devices. So if I hit save on your mobile phone, it's going to look crazy. The labels are going to be so big you won't be able to see anything. So that's why it looks different, but it's the same chart. When you load it up, you'll see that we're right above that red ring. And as long as we're above that red ring, I say stay bullish at least to 39,700. That's very strong resistance. You get above that, I'm bullish to 49,500. If we break below the red ring, your next support on the E1 chart is 34,200. Well, if the markets push up, guys, if I'm wrong and we don't get a major correction by June 10th, then I agree. I think it's very possible. Typically, every time we have a peak, every time Bitcoin pushes up and we have a peak, it is always, well, within the cycle. It's like a 4-year cycle. But yeah, we are due for a peak in December this year. So if we're going to have a peak, whatever target that's going to be, if it's 100K or 300K, if the markets continue up, I do believe by December, the end of December, we will have hit our all-time high. But again, if the markets have a correction, that'll be postponed, and then I think we'll be in a bear market. And keep in mind, we're below the 21-week right now. Typically, if that's resistance, you're in a bear market. So right now, all I'm doing is swing trading. You come down, you hit support, you buy. You ride it up a couple thousand, you take your profit. Nope, Dow's down 40 points. Let's see what happens. I say by 4 o'clock, by market close, I bet you we'll be right down there by that yellow line. That bottom right chart says Dow Jones. We'll be at that yellow line by the end of market close. You guys keep asking that. Hit the top by before December. If the markets continue up, yes. If we get a correction, no. My chart shows me that it's very possible we'll have a major correction, or at least a correction for the U.S. markets before June 10th. If that happens, Bitcoin is coming down like it has in the past. And if I'm wrong and we get a pump by then, which last time that's what happened, I was calling for a correction. They passed a stimulus package, we got a pump, Bitcoin pushed up higher. But I tell you what, if the markets do push up, I do believe our peak will be in December. So whatever price we happen to hit, let's say around December 28th, that's probably where you want to get the hell out. And I do have charts showing potentially where those targets are. Well, I can tell you the first point to watch is 70K. That will be the same orange ring we topped out, and I call the top at 65K. If we get to that point and we get above it, then I'll do a live stream, do a video, and I'll show you those targets where potentially we're headed. But as of right now, the peak of the bull run 2.0, it has all of your macro targets to the upside and the downside, including the E1 chart. Just load that up. Your targets are there. Well, I'm just going on our previous crash, COVID crash, Guy Thompson. Last time the Dow crashed 30%, Bitcoin crashed 60%. So if we only get a 10% correction with the Dow, then Bitcoin will probably drop 20%. That'll only take us down to 30,000, 31,000. If it's more of a correction, if we get a 30% correction, Bitcoin could drop 60%. And if the markets push up, then just go ahead and be in Bitcoin and long it. But again, be patient. See what happens by June 10th, all right? I'm saying by that time, we're going to know. By June 10th, either the markets are going to push up and Bitcoin will be bullish, or we get that correction, and you probably don't want to be in Bitcoin if the market's correct. And that's not that far off, guys. Today's the 25th. You say if markets crash, if we had a crash, look, I think the lowest that Bitcoin would go would probably be around the $10,000 area. And that depends on how fast we crash. You can rewind it back, but basically it's because this chart right here, and forgive me, I'm being lazy laying down on the couch while I'm talking. Just reaching over my mouse. Let me remove this. So this is why I'm saying by June 10th. And I've showed you this before. This right here is where we had our COVID crash right here. Right here, topped out at the ring, and then we broke this yellow fib channel line, and that's when we crashed. And you can see how price respects these rings. Notice right here, it was resistance, support, resistance, support. This is where I said if they didn't pass the stimulus package, this is the same setup. We got topped out right here. And I said if they didn't pass the stimulus package, when we broke this trend line, we would have a crash. They passed the stimulus package, we pushed up. I said we pushed up to the next ring. Guess where we're getting rejected? Right here. So if we cannot get above this ring, the apex of this support, this is a major support level right here that goes way back. If this breaks right here, this support level, we've been respecting this going way the hell back, all right? So this is very important support. If that breaks and we are below this orange ring, your next target is right here. This is where we're headed. And that is at least a 20% correction. I mean a 10% correction, which means Bitcoin could have a 20% correction. But the apex right here is on June 10th. That's why I'm saying by June 10th we're going to know something. Either we're going to stay below, maybe we break above this and we shoot up. All right, we got another orange ring above right here. But if that does not happen, which I think that's how it's going to play out, I don't think we are going to push above it. I think we're probably going to come back down. At some point we're going to break this, and I think we're headed down to that orange ring. That's why I'm saying wait till June 10th. We're going to get a move before this point. The Dow's already coming down. Look, we're back underneath that ring. E1, we're still above that red ring. Again, I'm bullish as long as we're above that red ring. As soon as we break this red ring where this blue price label is, I'm bearish for more downside. If we break 30,000, I think the next support level I have below is around, the first support level is like 25,000. 25,000 something, and yes, we have support around 20,000 as well. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I think we'll catch another nice bounce around 30,000, 31,000. All right, yeah, guys. For the Dow Jones, the next four hour candle opens in 10 minutes and 57 seconds. Yeah, I think I could probably do that. Bitcoin was easier because there was more data going further back, but XRP, Ethereum, Litecoin, they've been around for a while, so I could probably create a peak of the bull run for those charts. And I'll do it like I did the original peak of the bull run chart where I made that video where I created it. I'll just create the whole chart in the video, so it'd be kind of fun to do. I'll do Ethereum first. I don't think it's necessary. If you understand how to create these charts for Bitcoin, you can do it for all other charts, but a lot of people have requested that. So maybe, you know, I'll add 2 more tutorials. I'll create a chart for an altcoin and maybe one for a stock. So that way it kind of shows you how it works for different assets. But it's pretty much the same, you know, step by step. But I can do that, add it to the tutorial section. But so far, 38,232 is holding its resistance currently on the D1 chart, and we are breaking below that ring on the E1 chart right here. That, if we continue down below this ring, guys, that is bearish, I'm telling you. And we've got 4 minutes and 8 seconds before the next candle open. Notice the wick's right below this orange ring, so it'll be interesting to see if we push up from here or drop. And if you like scalp trading, guys, if you're looking for a 0.2 chance along, you know, right here, if you don't think this is going to go lower, which I'd be very cautious, you could potentially buy it at 37,587 if you want to try a quick long. You know, if things get bullish, this is where you buy in. Otherwise, you know, I'd wait till we come down, potentially test 35,400 to 35,900. Those are the closest strong support levels I have below us right now. Yeah, so you're asking if I get the tutorials and have a question or two, is there any way I can ask? Or is it final after getting the charts? So if you have access to the tutorials, you don't get access to Twitter and Discord, you can email me, happy to answer any questions you have. But if you sign up for tutorials and you get access to the charts, either stocks or Bitcoin charts, then you'll have access to Twitter and Discord, and you can DM me on Discord. But yeah, if you shoot me an email, if you have a question or want me to look at your chart to tell you what I think or give you some pointers, sure, I don't mind doing that. I've done that for plenty of people. They'll create a chart, and sometimes they do really well with it, and sometimes I have some critiques, and try to tell them things they could try to do to improve on it. But yeah, I'll answer your emails, and if you have access to the charts, you'll be part of our Discord. Alright, the next candle already opened on the Dow, and we are just hovering right at that orange ring. It's red. Let's see if it pushes below or pushes back up. This is kind of the test for the Dow right now. And let's look at the smaller time frame here. Let's go to the 4 hour. Yeah, guys, we are below this red ring right now. To me, that is bearish. So we've got to get above. We've got to get above and hold above 38,000 before I get bullish, and then we have to get above 39,600. If we get above that point, I'm bullish for more upside. Otherwise, I think we're probably headed down to potentially 34,373. But I think we will catch a bounce to 35,900. 35,374. If we break those support levels, then we're testing 34,374. Yeah, and if you do sign up, this is a link. Well, nope, I don't have the link in my. Hold on. So keep in mind, I have 3 plans. All right, if you go with $39 a month, you get access to Bitcoins, altcoins, precious metals, access to our Discord, and you can follow me on Twitter. Stocks is just stocks by itself, but you can still get access to my Discord and Twitter. Tutorials, that's separate. That's just access to the videos teaching you the charts. But yeah, you send me an email, I'd be happy to look at your charts and tell you what I think about them or what you can do to improve them. Yeah, so these charts, they're shareable. It means you don't need a TradingView account to view them. You just click the link and they load up, they play out live. If you do have a TradingView account, which is free to create, you can save these charts as your own. If you can only, with a free TradingView account though, you can only save 1 copy of 1 chart. So I think you have to delete your current chart, and then you can click the copy icon top right of my chart and save it as your own. If you upgrade to Pro, I think it's like $30 a month, you can have 5 copies of the same chart. So what your question, even with that much work done on them? I mean, they're tools that are included with a free TradingView account. All I use is trend lines, fib channels, and fib circles. So yes, with a free TradingView account, you can create every single chart I have, and you can save all of my charts as your own as well. So you can actually break apart my work, kind of see where I created my original fib channel structure and all of that. Yeah, with a free account, that's correct. And then it helps you too. If I've got a chart that's on the 4 hour and you want it on the 1 hour, you can save my chart as your own and then change the time frame. Okay, if you want my opinion, guys, I think it looks bearish. You got resistance at the D1, the C1. We're below this red ring. So again, anything can happen. But what I see in the charts right now, it looks bearish for more downside. That's my opinion, not financial advice. But if you've already shorted from the D1, you're in profit right now. Not financial advice, guys, but if you're looking for a point to short the Dow, I think it would be right now. Hey guys, if you notice the resistance right here on the E1 chart is pretty much on par with the resistance for the D1 chart. So if you get above D1 right here and we hold support, that's equivalent to holding support on this red ring, which would be bullish if we get above it. Below it, bearish. Dow's coming down, guys. It'll probably continue down until market close, down 72, 73 points. Steve is here. Steve is just chilling. We're just watching to see what happens. The Dow is underneath the ring. Bitcoin is underneath the red ring. So as far as I'm concerned, we have more downside. We're just watching it play out. All right, guys, I'm back on the mic. Let me turn my mic icon back on. So just to recap, all right, we're at the D1 chart. We're at resistance at 38,232. So that is your current strongest resistance. That also plays along with this red ring. You get above that and hold support. That is bullish for more upside. If we push above, hold support 38,200 and push up, get bullish for more upside. Remember though, you can have strong resistance at 39,614. Your current support, guys, this has held so far once, twice, 37,584. That is where you'd want to try along. If that breaks, where I'm buying in is 34,400 to potentially 35,000, probably right around 30, actually, looks like 36,379 is your next strongest support. But guys, the most important thing is this chart right here. And this is what I'm talking about. This red ring that we respected going way back, and put it on the daily. Again, let me turn off the Bollinger Bands here. This red ring, you can see how well we respected this going all the way back. The 12th of May 2019. Support and resistance, 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 support. We came down and we found support. And you can see that the meat of the candle is above, right here, above this red ring. Support, support, support. Right now it's currently support. As long as we're above this, I think we can go much higher. But at any point, if this becomes resistance, this red ring right here, I think that is bearish for much more downside. And you still have to get above 39,600. And if you do, I think ultimately if we push above 39,600, we are headed to 45,400. But that's the most important thing, is pay attention to this ring. And don't forget about the Dow, guys. If the Dow comes down, remember Bitcoin follows the markets. That's I'm telling you, by June 10th, that is the apex right here. And you can see we're already getting rejected. I told you if you wanted to short the Dow, right now is the time to do it from this point. So I think the Dow is ultimately headed back down to this support around potentially 33,853. Either that holds and we push back up, test the ring again. But at any point, if we break this right here, this one I expect to have a major correction. And remember, if that happens, Bitcoin's going to follow suit. And if the markets come down, Bitcoin comes down twice as much. All right, hold on. So again, if you have access to the charts, make sure you have the E1 chart open. Watch this red ring like a hawk and pay attention to markets. I'll let this run for a little longer, and then we'll cover some alts in a bit. And guys, keep in mind on the C1 chart, if we push up this, well, that's 39,863. Let's see if we get a matching target here. That would be right here. So the B1 chart, if we push up this right here, 39,800, this is the resistance. So if on the B1 chart, if we get up above this and we hold support, this would be equivalent to getting above this orange trend line right here, around 39,800. So that is a very important resistance to get above. If we get above that and hold support, again, I am bullish up to 45,500. But if we get above it. Well, thank you, Silver Surfer. I appreciate that. Guys, we're coming down we're back at the red ring. We're below resistance on the D1, and the Dow's still coming down. And we have 1 hour. We have 1 hour till market close. So are you guys still in your short from, I assume you that did short, that were in here from the beginning of the stream, I said short from 38,232. You should be sitting pretty right now. Well, I think here the law is you can't text and drive, but I didn't see anywhere it says you can't trade and drive. Alright guys, I'm about to kill the stream. I need to get my computer back. But just pay attention. Look, we are holding support at 37,584. If that breaks on the A1 chart, next support 35,417. Keep in mind your most important support and resistance levels right now is probably the B1 chart. We tested this as perfect support here. So 39,838, 31, let's say 31,200 if we come down. I suggest looking at all the charts. This is our current resistance. Pay attention to this red ring if you have access to the charts on the E1. Again, if we're below this red ring, that is bearish in my opinion. We push back above it, that is bullish. Markets close in about 20 minutes. Typically get a big move before markets close, just kind of sitting there. But I need my computer back, guys. So if I can, I'll have a stream or do a video tomorrow. I'm out. And by the way, if you do want to sign up, you can give me the link real quick. If you do want to access these charts, if you don't already have access, this is the link to sign up, guys. It's $39 a month. You get access to Bitcoins, altcoins, precious metals, Discord, and Twitter. If you are signed up, make sure you email me to get the Discord invite link and follow me on Twitter. But just pay attention. We get above that red ring, or if we stay above that red ring, bullish. Below that red ring, it's bearish, guys. All right, I'm out.